The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maidens, 2-year-old fillies with a $30,000 claiming price, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 4, Lucky Phoenix. Again, scratch the 4, Lucky Phoenix. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 5. Main track is fast, turf is firm today. A reminder, the rail is at 20 feet on the turf course. Post time in 7 minutes for the first race.
There's a look at the number 2 horse for Kenny McPeak, Key to Success. One of the bigger fillies in here, and I think that 5-2 is a fair price in this situation as she takes the drop down in class.
Yeah, when you look at her compared to the rest of the field, Scott, I really did think that she made a very nice appearance. She looks like she's holding good condition. She looks like she's happy. She's bright today on the track. All positive signs from the 2 at 5-2. The only thing she's going to have to overcome is her running style with the short stretch.
7 horse under the bed. She's a big, strong filly behind. I think that she's got 4 bandages on as well, just pointing that out, watching her come out. But wouldn't be surprised if she's ready to roll here today for Billy Cowens. And 7-1, another fair price on a first-time starter.
She's big,
yeah,
Scott.
She is.
And I almost wonder, sometimes it can go one of 2 ways. Maybe she is just much better than the field today at this level, or she's so big that maybe she needs one race to race into fitness. Sometimes it's really difficult to get these bigger fillies prepared for their first start, especially at 2 turns.
Nice early pick 5 pool, over $242,000 with less than 5 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. Good, better, best. Unescorted. Key to Success. And then Thestral. Heading down to the first turn. Good, better, best. Outward from the rail has the early lead. Thestral is to the outside of that one. Key to Success slides back toward the inside, backs away into the third position. She has the look, moves by, takes third by a neck up on the outside midway on the first turn. Unescorted is now between horses at the back of the pack. Free Spirited to the inside of that one under the bed. Last 3 wide off the first turn. 23.78 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Good, better, best. Leads it by 3/4 of a length. Thestral goes second a length. She has the look, and then Key to Success, who moves up the inside, takes third by just ahead. Free Spirited, another length behind her. Under the bed, stays toward the center of the track, just over 3 lengths off the lead. Then a break of 5 more back to Unescorted, who trails first half mile in 49.34 seconds. Good, better, best, the leader. Thestral second, half length separating the top 2 as they head for the far turn. She has the look, is between horses third, and then Key to Success, who now moves back up the rail, gave up third for a moment, now regains third, still 3 lengths from the lead, though. Free Spirited is fourth against the rail, 6 from the front. They're coming toward the quarter pole, and here comes Key to Success from third, swinging off the rail and moving up fast on the outside. Key to Success up to put a neck in front as they turn into the short stretch. Thestral is second. Good, better, best drops back into third. Free Spirited a distant fourth. Key to Success is the leader. Key to Success with Thestral still there. Thestral still fighting. Thestral right to the inside of Key to Success. Key to Success ahead in front. Thestral in second. Key to Success and Thestral. That will be a head-bobbing photo for the win. Either Key to Success or Thestral for the top spot.
Photo for the win. It's the 2 horse on the outside, Key to Success at 3-2, or the 6 at 28-1. Thestral down on the inside. At this point, looked like the 2 was going to start to extend her lead a little bit, but the 6 battling back on the inside with Deshaun Parker.
Yeah, Key to Success, she had her ears pinned back and was pretty game coming down to the line. We'll take another look at it as they come down to the stretch. And I agree with you. At one point, it looked like the 2 was going to run away with this victory, but the 6 coming back gamely on the inside. We'll take another closer look as they approach the finish line, and it's going to come down to the head bob. I kind of think the 2 got the better of the head bob, but we'll let the judges and the photo decide the results for race 1.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. In the photo, number 2, Key to Success, finished first. Number 6, Thestral, was second. Number 5, Good, Better, Best, was third. Number 1, Free Spirited, fourth. 2-6-5-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 2, Key to Success. Owned by Three Chimneys Farm, LLC, of Gonzalo Torrealba. Owned also by Harold Lerner, LLC, of Harold Lerner, and Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others. The trainer is Kenny McPeak. The jockey is Brian Hernandez, Jr. Key to Success, a 2-year-old filly by Cupid out of New Key by Majestic Perfection, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 47.83 seconds. Results of Keeneland's first race official, 2-6-5-1. The official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is firm, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. In this second race, scratch the 5, Right Tone. Scratch the 5, Right Tone. Jockey for the 4, Mr. Cunningham, Luan Machado. Jockey for the 4, Mr. Cunningham, Luan Machado. Corrected weight 118 pounds. Wave the bug. Race 2 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Looking ahead, no changes in the third, no changes in the fourth. In race 5, scratch number 4, Just Say When. Scratch the 5, Trust Daddy. Also scratch the 14, Sosua Summer, the 15, Dr. Duke, and the 16, Data Storm. That's in race 5. Scratch number 4, Just Say When. Scratch the 5, Trust Daddy. Also scratch the 14, Sosua Summer, the 15, Dr. Duke, and the 16, Data Storm. A reminder, number 13, Oxwood, draws into the race. 13, Oxwood draws into the race. Overweight, number 1, Stride, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Number 1, Stride, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Fast Track, Firm Turf.
Race number 2, $40,000 claiming event, non-1 is a 2 lifetime, mile and a 16th, so first wire finish again here in race number 2 as it was for the opener. The number 4 horse, I'm looking for a price here, and this is the co-longest shot in the field, just came down from 9-1 to 8-1. Mr. Cunningham for Charles Meredith and Gage Holmes, who's in the saddle for a second consecutive ride. They were able to get this gelding to the winner's circle last time out, getting him up into the race on the turf course, moves over to the main track here today. 7-pound weight break with the apprentice rider Gage Holmes in the saddle. Turn him loose on the front end and hope for the best. That's the approach for me, and hoping that Mr. Cunningham can do that as he sits at 8-1 on the board.
I like it. You're swinging for the fences here. But in all honesty, this horse started off on the dirt, and those races, I think, would be competitive with this group. So you might be onto something here at 8-1.
The 2-horse Blue Norther, a gelding by Frosted for John Ortiz. Big class dropper here today.
That race that he ran in, 3 starts back at Ellis. Number 1, it was off a couple months on the shelf, but also he was up on the pace going 7 furlongs. And the winner of the race, B-Dog, Open Road. I mean, we're talking about a completely different caliber of racehorse that he faced that day versus what he's facing today. And I think he'll be fine at the 2-turn distance. He's not tried 2 turns on the dirt since entering John Ortiz's barn, but that's where he actually broke his maiden at a mile and a 16th at Oaklawn.
The 6 Mr. Creed was claimed last time out for $20,000. He was second that day, had a 2-length lead at the top of the stretch, and then ended up finishing second, beaten 4.5. So shows up for 40 in this spot with Florent Giroux.
And speaking to my husband, Norm Cassie, last night, he said that this horse has been breezing really well since he's gotten him. So I think this is, a logical step up in class for $40,000. And not to mention, he comes out of a race last time out that produced tonal impact. He came back to win for 30 next time out with an 84 Beyer speed figure. So a couple of horses exited that race to go on and improve.
The 7 Garmento, Don Alberto, Wesley Ward, John Velasquez. Hasn't raced in a year, so question marks surrounding that. They obviously drop him in for a tag off of a maiden special weight win at Horseshoe Indianapolis when he was with Brad Cox. So this is a situation where I think maybe folks are a little leery, and that's why he's 3-1.
You don't really know what to do with a horse like this because he's been off for years, or a year, and those 2 starts were for a different barn on a different surface. Now coming back for Wesley Ward. I don't know what to make of him, but hopefully we can get a closer look at him as he comes out to the track in just a few moments.
14 minutes to post. Race number 2, early pick 4 begins with this event. Good luck.
Keeneland's second race upcoming. A reminder, scratch the 5, right tone. And a reminder about the jockey change on the 4, Mr. Cunningham, Luan Machado. Wave the bug, the weight is 118. Number 4, Mr. Cunningham, Luan Machado, the jockey. Wave the bug, the weight 118 pounds. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. 3-year-olds and up with a $40,000 claiming prize, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 5 right tone. Again, scratch the 5 right tone. A reminder, the jockey for the 4, Mr. Cunningham, Luan Machado. Jockey for the 4, Mr. Cunningham, Luan Machado. Wave the bug. The weight is 118 pounds. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4, 6 minutes to post.
There's a look at the number 1 horse out on the track, Official Business for Phil Simms. Phil Simms with a winner yesterday here at Keeneland Race Course, and this is a colt by Candy Ride who moves back over to the dirt, and this is a course that he's won on. He's broke his maiden for 50 on debut.
He's a bigger bodied horse, definitely a horse that holds a lot of condition. But Scott, I actually really liked how he was presenting himself on the track today. You mentioned it. Looking back, he was a first-time winner here at Keeneland, and then it kind of all fell apart from there. But he has been gelded since his last start, and sometimes we can see that make a world of difference. But I loved how he looked on the track today.
It's a big price, 11-1, as he's the biggest price right now as it sits on the tote board. Going to go over to the number 4 horse, Mr. Cunningham. I mistakenly mentioned that it was Gage Holmes in the saddle. That was a late rider change. It's actually Luan Machado, so he gets the opportunity for Charles Meredith. He says that they're going to try to lay off the pace here today, expecting some other speed in this race. So that's what the trainer of this gelding has said, and Luan Machado picking up the mount, which means there is not the weight allowance that's written in your past performances. So make note of that, as this horse is 9-1, second longest shot in the field.
I would think that with that information and with looking at the 2 Blue Norther on the track, I think he's probably going to be the pace in here.
And Blue Norther right now 3-2. There's the 3 Keep Calm Carry On for Steve Margolis. Comes out of a 50,000 claimer at Churchill Downs, second run this fall for the son of Union Rags.
I thought this horse looked like one of the fittest horses in this race. I mentioned how much I liked the 1 Official Business, but he still is a horse that carries a lot of condition, whereas the 3 Keep Calm Carry On, he looks very fit coming into today. Now, the reason why I did not pick him or use him in the top 3 is I liked Icarus, the horse that he ran against last time out, and he came back to run poorly on Thursday. So even though it was a $50,000 claimer, I'm not sure how tough that race is that he comes out of.
Race 2, first wire finish, 4 minutes to post. Start of the early pick 4 at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick four. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Mr. Creed from the outside. Mr. Creed to the front with Official Business kicking in down toward the rail. Garmento is third out in the center of the track. Official Business scoots up the inside, puts ahead in front, heading into the first turn. Mr. Creed goes second right alongside the leader. Garmento still three wide midway on the first turn. Forwardly placed in third position. Blue Norther back toward the inside is in fourth. Mr. Cunningham is in fifth position. Gap of 2 more lengths back to Keep Calm. Carry On, who's last 24.16 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Official Business is the leader onto the backstretch and leads Mr. Creed and Garmento, who stack up to the outside. Less than a length separate the top three. Gap of 2 more back to Blue Norther. In fourth position, has company on either side of him as they reach the midpoint of the back straightaway. Got Mr. Cunningham, who's there toward the outside, and Keep Calm, Carry On, who's last but up close against the rail, just 4 lengths from the front. 48.72 seconds for the first half mile. A tightly packed field heads to the far turn. Mr. Creed tries to draw alongside Official Business, Garmento, and then Blue Norther, who seeks to make it a 4-way scramble as they move on to the far turn, but now has lost some ground on the turn. The top 3 continue to go at it. Official Business to the inside, leads it by just ahead, and Mr. Creed draws alongside again. Gap of 3 lengths, Garmento third. They're at the quarter pole. 2 more to Keep Calm, Carry On, who's fourth down toward the inside, followed by Blue Norther, who's now next to last, and Mr. Cunningham is last. Top of the short stretch. Official Business inside, Mr. Creed outside. Keep Calm, Carry On, and then Garmento to the far outside. Keep Calm, Carry On, moves up, switches lanes, moves toward the outside, comes after Mr. Creed. Garmento tries to go with him, but it's Keep Calm, Carry On to win it for Rafael Bejarano. Garmento was second, Mr. Creed was third, Official Business fourth.
He just needed some space to work with, and as they straighten for a home, that gap comes. He gets company to his outside, the 7 leaning on him at that point in time, but the 3 now kicks it in with Rafael Bejarano and goes away with it with 5-2, taking race number 2. Well done to Steve Margolis and Robert and Luana Lowe.
This horse really kicking clear in the end and getting that closing trip, but Rafael Bejarano making sure that this horse was at least a couple lengths off of the pace by the time they hit the top of the stretch. Closes to get the victory here at odds of 5-2, and it looks like the 7 does get up for second at 4-1. Congratulations to the Connections. Keep Calm, Carry On, the winner of race 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 3, Keep Calm, Carry On was first. Number 7, Garmento was second. Number 6, Mr. Creed was third. Number 1, Official Business, fourth. 3761, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 3761, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's second race, number 3, Keep Calm, Carry On. Owned by Robert and Luana Lowe, trained by Steve Margolis, Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. Keep Calm, Carry On, a 3-year-old gelded son of Union Rags out of Lavender Chrissy by Scat Daddy, bred in Kentucky by CRK Stable LLC. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 47.66 seconds. Keeneland's third race upcoming, featuring double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is fast, the turf firm. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. No changes in this third event. Looking ahead, no changes in race 4. Checking race 5, a reminder in the 5th race, scratch the 4, Just Say When. Scratch the 5, Trust Daddy. Scratch the 14, Sosua Summer. Scratch the 15, Dr. Duke, and the 16, Data Storm. That's the 5th race. Scratch 4, Just Say When. Scratch 5, Trust Daddy. Scratch 14, Sosua Summer, as well as 15, Dr. Duke, and 16, Data Storm. A reminder, number 13, Oxwood, draws into the race. 13, Oxwood draws into the race. Overweight, number 1, Stride, jockey 2 pounds over. Number 1, Stride, jockey 2 pounds over.
Race number 3, a mile and an eighth is going to be the distance here for this third event. Maiden $50,000 claimers, 3-year-olds and upward. And Masai Warrior for Barry and Joni Butzo is the current favorite for Brad Cox. This horse was entered in a race on the 12th of October. So just 4 days ago, they scratched out of that maiden 30 claimer, which was at a mile and a 16th, and opted for this mile and an eighth race. So when you can pick up on instances like this, I like that late audible call and like to trust these trainers in this instance. And I'm going to imagine that it's got to do with the distance, getting that added distance for this son of Hardspun. Also the drop in class. He was going to be dropping in class in that race 4 days back if they stayed there. But they show up here for 50. Flo gets the opportunity to ride this horse again. 7-5, I think, is justified on Masai Warriors.
Well, and they gave him one start off of that layoff to prove himself against Maiden Special Weight Company. But this time of the year, fields aren't going to get any easier, Scott. Those races prior to, he was facing straight 3-year-olds, and then now he has to face 3-year-olds and upward, and it just gets tougher and tougher from there. So I just think this is aggressive placement for trainer Brad Cox, and dropping this class to dropping him to the $50,000 level, trying to get a win.
And same for Grand Jury, the 2 for Gary and Mary West. John Ortiz with this Candy Ride Colt, who had a couple of opportunities up at Horseshoe Indianapolis against Maiden Special Weight Company, a second and a third, sprinting and then going the mile distance in that most recent effort. So mile and an eighth, stamina pedigrees there for the distance. Candy Ride, Giants Causeway on the bottom. So Grand Jury at 5-1. It's not a bad price on a horse who's taken a drop in class. He absolutely could win this race today.
I actually like this horse a little bit more and more the more I look at this race, because I went back and watched his most recent race, Scott, that Maiden Special Weight in Indiana. He was on the inside of a 3-way battle for the lead the entire way around there. And mind you, that was the first time that he tried a distance of ground. He was just stretching out in his second start from 6 furlongs to a mile. So he was in a very tough position. And Manny Esquivel, who was aboard him that day, had to shuffle back, and then he steadied. It was a really brutal trip if you actually go back and watch the race. You can't see that in the short comment. So I think this horse is very live at 5-1.
Freeze Pop, the number 4, 7-2. That makes him the current second choice. He was tried on the Kentucky Downs turf course, beaten 5 lengths that day, debuted at Saratoga for maiden 75,000. So back onto the dirt and getting some more distance. And here's another son of Candy Ride being asked to go a mile and an eighth.
He did not like Kentucky Downs, I can tell you that. It was a very perplexing race. He was kind of all over the place, very one-paced as well. And I think that's the thing with him, though, Scott. He's very one-paced. So hopefully Tyler can get him out of the gate, get him forwardly placed. I don't think he'll be on the lead, but I don't think you can expect him to make this big closing kick in order to win.
Maiden $50,000 claimers, a mile and an eighth distance we haven't yet to see this meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. So looking forward to it as we're 15 minutes away from post time.
Please note that in Keeneland's third race, number 7, Raz Al Ghul, wore blinkers in his prior start and wears them again today. Number 7, Raz Al Ghul, wore blinkers in his prior start and wears them again today. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Maidens, age 3 and up, a $50,000 claiming price, a mile and an eighth over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. No scratches, no jockey changes in the third. But again, the 7, Raz Al Ghul, wears blinkers today, and he also wore them in his prior start. Post time, 6 minutes away.
Now just 4 minutes away from post time, there is the Gary and Mary West runner Grand Jury with Ricky Santana Jr. in the saddle, looking nice as he gets ready to warm up for this mile and an eighth attempt for John Ortiz. I have a feeling you're gravitating more and more and more towards Grand Jury.
I am, but one thing in particular, Scott, he obviously was right in front of the 3 Maasai Warrior when they were parading on the racetrack. Maasai Warrior is a very big horse, and the 2, Grand Jury, is a very small horse. You can see it especially true when you compare him to the 3. And the point being, his last race being on the inside of 3 horses vying for that early lead, going a mile with those fast fractions, considering his size, I actually give him a lot of credit for hanging on for third. And yes, to answer your question, I like him even more.
Away from home, the number 5 horses where we head to next, Martin Garcia getting the opportunity to ride for Dale Romans. They've done some good as of late. The last dozen that they've teamed up with, they have won 25% and 67% of the time in the money with an ROI of $15. So this is the type of horse that would fall in line with that kind of ROI away from home, maybe a sleeper in here on the drop-in class.
He just looks like a very strong horse, Scott, and he also doesn't really look like a one-turn horse. They tried him sprinting in his first 2 starts. One of those starts was against Expressman, who I believe is a Todd Pletcher runner, who I think got like a 105 Beyer speed figure first time out. It was an insanely fast race, that 7 furlong race at Saratoga. And then he came back to run a mile and a quarter, and that's obviously too far and probably too tough. So now dropping in class, shortening up in distance, I think this horse, you might want to consider him as a big long shot to maybe throw into some exotics.
Like the energy of the 6 when he came out on the post parade. There he is, Saez Maker, 5-1, good price, another class dropper. Mike Maker, when dropping from maiden special weight company to maiden claimers, winning 22% of the time. So another runner that you've got to respect in here for Peter Blum.
It was a fast pace last time out at Churchill going the mile, but this horse showed speed in his other 2 races. So I actually think now with the drop in class, he very well could find himself forwardly placed in this race.
Race number 3, 2 minutes to post, 1 1/8 on the main track here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 3rd race. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Freeze Pop, and there goes Grand Jury. These two come to the front in the opening strides. Freeze Pop from the outside, and Grand Jury there toward the inside as they head for the first turn. Away from home, third. Mint is fourth. Toward the center of the track, Masai Warrior drops over to the rail quickly into the fifth position, just 2.5 lengths from the front. Vale is going to be wide near the back of the pack in sixth. Ras Al Ghul is seventh, moving up a couple of spots between horses, but in some heavy traffic off the first turn. Bright Spark settles out to the back in last. 24.68 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Freeze Pop the leader. Freeze Pop leads at a length and a half onto the back stretch. Away from home goes second by 3/4 of a length. Mint is third up on the outside. Here's Grand Jury down to the inside. Now, Grand Jury looks for some running room in tight there toward the rail, has to back off a bit in fourth, just over 2 lengths from the lead. Masai Warrior wants to go on and is threading the needle through some traffic up into the fifth position, now taking fourth ahead, 3 from the front. Vale is still wide, heading to the far turn. Ras Al Ghul and then Bright Spark at the back. It was 49.78 seconds the time for the first half mile. Freeze Pop, the leader, 3/4 of a length away from home, second by 2 lengths. Mint travels along in third position. Masai Warrior is fourth down toward the inside, still 5 lengths from the front as they round the far turn. Vale, then Bright Spark, who moves up the inside in sixth, now taking fifth, now challenging for fourth from between horses, still 6 lengths from the lead. They're at the quarter pole. Freeze Pop leading away from home. Mint goes third, and then Bright Spark, who switches toward the far outside. Masai Warrior still far back in fifth, down toward the rail. 1/8 of a mile to go. Bright Spark is trying to chase down Freeze Pop. It's 3 lengths that separates the top two. Bright Spark is trying, but it is Freeze Pop in front, a 16th to go, has the advantage by 5. Erratic run there from Bright Spark, who ducked out in deep stretch. Masai Warrior up the rail third. Freeze Pop wins it for Tyler Gaffalione. Bright Spark second, Masai Warrior across the line in third, and away from home was fourth.
Taking the initiative and going to the front, and it works out for Freeze Pop. And this gelding by Candy Ride really never looked a loser once they straightened for home. Maintains that lead. The one trying to chase him down, but not enough horse underneath Adam Beschizza. It's all Freeze Pop in the third.
As Scott, I mentioned beforehand, this horse is just a little bit one-paced, and Tyler Gaffalione did the right thing in just putting him on the lead and never looking back. He's not a closer, but he can stay when he makes the lead, and he gets the job done today at 7-2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 4, Freeze Pop, was first. Number 1, Bright Spark, second. Number 3, Masai Warrior, third. Number 5, Away from Home, fourth. 4-1-3-5, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 4, Freeze Pop, owned by Deuce Greathouse, trained by Norm Cassie. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Freeze Pop, a 3-year-old gelded son of Candy Ride, out of 4 gifts by Even the Score, bred in Kentucky by Barry and Judith Becker. 9 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 53.22 seconds. Results are now official for Keeneland's third race, 4135 official. Today is Kids Club Family Day, presented by Kentucky Children's Hospital, who is celebrating their 25th year of providing expert care for Kentucky's kids. Keeneland thanks Kentucky Children's for their continued support of the Kids Club program. Joining us today are Dr. Scotty Day, Physician-in-Chief of Kentucky Children's Hospital, and Dr. Lindsay Ragsdale, Chief Medical Officer for Kentucky Children's Hospital. They are joined by Keeneland's Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer, Krista Marilla, and Community Outreach Manager, Lauren Sparrow. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double in pick 3 wagering, also start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast, turf is firm, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course today, no changes in this fourth race. Race 4 will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Looking ahead to race 5, a reminder in the fifth race, scratch the 4, Just Say When. Scratch the 5, Trust Daddy. Also scratch the 14, So Sue a Summer, the 15, Dr. Duke, and the 16, Data Storm. That's in race 5. Scratch the 4, Just Say When. Scratch number 5, Trust Daddy. Also scratch the 14, So Sue a Summer, as well as 15, Dr. Duke, and 16, Data Storm. A reminder, number 13, Oxwood, draws into the race. Again, number 13, Oxwood, draws into the race. Overweight, number 1, Stride, 2 pounds over. Number 1, Stride, jockey, 2 pounds over. Sixth event, take out the also eligibles, 13 Tabor Time and 14 Sun Valley Road. They did not draw into the race. Featured seventh race, the Grade 3 Franklin. Again, take out the also eligibles, 13, 14, and 15. Illegal Smile, Miners Queen, and Violenza. They did not draw into the race. Eighth race has no changes. Ninth and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Fast track, firm turf, rail at 20 feet on the turf course.
Race number 4 starts the pick 6 today here at Keeneland Race Course. 15 minutes to post, a mile and a 16th maiden special weight event for 3 and up. And no surprise that the 5 opens up even money 4 to 5. He's now 4 to 5. Unlimited potential for Rapoli, St. Elias stable, a colt by Union Rags, who in defeat earned a 93 Beyer speed figure number. High speed figures, whatever that you lean on, and he was the beaten favorite that day, and he's come back with a couple of bullet workouts up at Saratoga to ready for this Keeneland debut.
Yes, that was the race that I was alluding to in the race prior, Scott. Expressman was the horse that won that race. He received a 107 Beyer speed figure. I mean, that's one of the faster speed figures we've seen this season in getting that victory. And unfortunately, though, that horse did come out of the race to finish second as the beaten favorite in his next start and had downgraded Beyer speed figure to 78. But even if Unlimited Potential regresses a little bit, I still think he can win this race.
Speed Bias, the 2, 3 months ago was third at Churchill Downs, going a mile and 3/16. So he should have the foundation stamina underneath him. And obviously this is a horse that broke his maiden going a mile at Oaklawn Park and was DQ'd in that race after lugging in a couple of times. So we'll see if he can bounce back here today. The distance is not going to be an issue for Speed Bias.
No, it shouldn't be any bit of an issue. In fact, it should help him. A mile and a 16th seems just in his wheelhouse.
Let's go over to the one-horse War Room, well-bred son of Constitution. He's a full brother to Warrant, Oklahoma Derby winner. Bet on debut at Churchill Downs, going 6 furlongs. Another one that could take a big step forward, stretching out to a route of ground.
It looks like he's been working at Windstar Farm. This is a horse who has the pedigree to stretch out in distance. As you mentioned, he was live. He was bet on debut. He just did not win first time out. Rudolph Brisset with his runners. First time out versus second time out, it's totally different. Second time starters, they win at almost 30%, whereas the percentage for first time starters a little bit on the smaller side. It just shows you the intent here. I think the intention all along was to stretch out to 2 turns.
Redemption Time took a leap forward when going a mile at Churchill in his most recent start. That's the number 6 runner. There he is. Colt by Run Happy. Brett Calhoun is going to add blinkers to this 3-year-old colt, and outside draw, he's going to have to hurry up and establish some position if he's going to try to go to the lead from that outside post position with Ray Gutierrez.
He is just a grinding type of horse, so unfortunately I think the pace will need to come back to him today. I don't know that can happen, but with the blinkers on, maybe that makes him focus a bit more with an improved performance. Really, at the end of the day, Scott, everyone has the 5 unlimited potential to beat, and beyond him, I think it's really a scramble.
12 minutes to post. Race 4 starts the pick 6 on this Sunday card here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Greenfield Farms. Maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up, 1.16 over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in race 4. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. No carryover. Fast track, firm turf, rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Post time in 5 minutes for race 4.
Taking a closer look at these runners as they approach the gate for race 4, and the one War Room is definitely a horse that stood out on track to me. But more specifically, this horse did debut at 6 furlongs on the main track at Churchill Downs, and he definitely does not look like a sprinter whatsoever. This is a horse who he's got a lot of length to his physicality. He's got a lot of scope and size, and I also just love how he's presenting himself. Just has a lot of confidence about himself right now. So I do think, at least from looking at these individuals on the track, of course the 5 Unlimited Potential is the horse to beat, but War Room I think will definitely improve today. Speaking of Unlimited Potential, this horse just looks like he has a lot of class. When you just kind of see these horses out on the racetrack, his appearance and how he presents himself definitely stands out from the rest. He's breaking away from the pony right now under Johnny Velazquez, trying to get a good warm-up, and as I mentioned, he really ran into a buzzsaw first time out in Expressman, but Expressman did come back to lose as a heavy favorite in his second start. Not to say that Unlimited Potential doesn't come out of a strong race, though. He is clearly the horse to beat. And finally, the 6 Redemption Time, and comes out of the Brett Calhoun barn and does get an equipment change. You can't really see the blinkers on his face right now. It's a weird perspective, but he does have French cut blinkers on today, but very long French cut blinkers. And I do think the reason not only why they added the blinkers on today, not only to maybe show a little bit more speed, but more so focus. This is a horse who sometimes gets a little distracted coming down the stretch, especially in his last race from what we saw. So I do think the blinkers on should help him, especially the type of blinkers that he's outfitted with today. But they have the 5 Unlimited Potential to beat it at 3-5 as we are 2 minutes out from race 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Greenfield Farm, start of the Pick Six. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Lupo's Legacy out for the lead. Unlimited Potential is right there. Then War Room back toward the inside. Redemption Time comes away in fourth. Speed Bias and then Rampacious at the back as they head into the first turn. War Room moves up the inside, has the lead, swings a bit wide. Entering the first turn, leaves plenty of room down to the inside. So Lupo's Legacy will try to capitalize. Sneaks up a closer second. Unlimited Potential now rallies back from the outside to regain the second spot and starts to draw alongside of War Room, the leader, onto the backstretch. 23.25 seconds for the opening quarter. War Room is on top, leads it by just a half length. Unlimited Potential second, a length and a half. Lupo's Legacy backs away into that third spot against the rail by just a neck. Redemption Time is in the fourth position. Speed Bias is fifth, and then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Rampacious last. 47.63 seconds was the time for the first half mile. War Room is the leader. Unlimited Potential second. A half length separates the top two. Lupo's Legacy is third. third by just ahead onto the far turn. Redemption Time comes next, starts to move up on the outside, taking third by a neck. Still a length and a half off the front pair. Speed Bias takes toward the outside. Fifth position, 3 lengths off the lead. Break of 6 more, then back to Rampacious. Unlimited Potential is the leader. Here comes Speed Bias, ranging up on the outside, quarter mile to go. Speed Bias on the outside, Unlimited Potential toward the inside. Redemption Time 4 lengths away in third. Speed Bias moves forward outside of Unlimited Potential, who fights on against the rail. And they're matching strides into the final furlong. Speed Bias from the outside, Unlimited Potential on the inside. Speed Bias tries to put ahead in front. Unlimited Potential not willing to go away. These two all the way down to the line. Photo for the win. Either Speed Bias or Unlimited Potential for the win.
Another tight finish on this Sunday as Unlimited Potential, the heavy favorite at 1-2. He was able to make his move around the turn, get the lead. The 2 comes with him, though. Speed Bias. Is there some contact, though, between these two as they hit the wire very close to one another?
I think so. And just as you were talking, maybe the 5 comes over a little bit on the 2, or the 2 comes in on the 5. Definitely want to take a look at the head-on, but you can see the low-angle shot of these two coming down the stretch. Very, very close finish in the end, and these two were just so much better than the rest of the field. As they're approaching the finish line, the 2 does hang on, I believe, once they get to the finish line, but definitely hold all tickets. Race 4 unofficial.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. Number 2, Speed Bias finished first. Number 5, Unlimited Potential second. Number 3, Lupo's Legacy third. Number 6, Redemption Time fourth. 2-5-3-6 unofficial. Objection sign posted at Keeneland on the infield board. Claim of foul has been lodged by the rider of the unofficial runner-up, number 5, Unlimited Potential, against the unofficial winner, number 2, Speed Bias, alleging interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets. Objection pending concerning the top 2 in the unofficial result. Again, claim of foul lodged by the rider of the 5, Unlimited Potential, against the unofficial winner, number 2, Speed Bias, alleging interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets. Objection pending. On the video boards, program feed to the left, head-on view to the right. Hold all tickets. no change. The result will stand as is, 2-5-3-6, no change. In the winner's circle, Keeneland's fourth race, the Greenfield Farms, the official winner, number 2, Speed Bias, owned by Keith Johnston and William Sparks, trained by Ron Moquette. Tyler Gaffalione, the winning jockey. Speed Bias, a 3-year-old son of Uncle Mo out of Hot Summer by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by Alpha Delta Stables, LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 46.26 seconds as Tyler Gaffalione goes back-to-back on the card. Results are official. 2-5-3-6, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Greenfield Farms trophy presentation to the connections of number 2, Speed Bias. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5 and also the start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Turf is firm, the rail at 20 feet today. In race 5, scratch the 4, just say win. Scratch the 5, trust daddy. Also scratch 14, Sosua Summer, 15, Dr. Duke, and 16, Data Storm. Again, in race 5, scratch the 4, just say win. Scratch the 5, trust daddy. Also scratch the 14, Sosua Summer, the 15, Dr. Duke, and the 16, Data Storm. A reminder, number 13, Oxwood, draws into the race. 13, Oxwood draws into the race. Overweight, the 1 Stride, the jockey 2 pounds over. Number 1 Stride, jockey 2 pounds over. Sixth race, take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14, Tabor Time and Sun Valley Road. They did not draw into the race. Featured 7th, the Grade 3 Franklin Stakes. Again, take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. Illegal Smile. Miners Queen, Violenza did not draw into the race. No changes in race 8. Ninth and final race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Fast track, firm turf, rail at 20 feet on the turf course.
Race number 5 does begin the $3 Turf Pick 3 today on this Sunday card. Also starts the late Pick 5, the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9. So 16 minutes to get those plays in. This is a good race. Coffee Maker is 3-2. There's a look at the 7. I'm going outside the box here a bit and trying to get creative in race number 5. Apache Tears is my top play. Just a one-time winner, but I think getting away from Kentucky Downs is going to be a positive. Hopefully builds off of that race, has some past sprints that may have this horse right there in the end. I'm willing to take a shot against Coffee Maker in this instance with Alex Ashard and Andrew McKeever with Apache Tears showing up here at Keeneland Race Course.
Well, Scott, I initially wanted to go against the favorite as well, but my top pick scratched. So good on you for going with a 15-1 shot here.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out. And I'm no doubt we're going to get a good price on Apache Tears. Let's take a look at Coffee Maker. Now, this is a filly that has the tendency of getting worked up in the paddock. We saw it from her back in the springtime of last year. In fact, there was a race they had to scratch her at the paddock because of saddling her up, and she's continuing with those tendencies. So this is the norm for her as she gets ready for the return to racing. First start of her 3-year-old season hasn't been seen in 11 months.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the talent is definitely there, but it's always a question of where is she going to be in terms of her mindset come race day. You know, sometimes she just does not act well. Right now, she's still on edge. I think best case scenario, they get the saddle on her and they get her out to the racetrack because she just seems to do the worst in the paddock.
Yeah, she's okay right now, and obviously Wesley has done this before with this filly. So it's just something to keep an eye on as she gets ready to be the favorite here in this first level allowance race. Let's go over to the number 2 horse, Sutherland, 5-1, son of Twirling Candy. Interesting move by Brett Calhoun, gelding this horse after he broke his maiden at Kentucky Downs and did so in that race coming from off the pace. But, you know, since moving over to the turf in his last 4 starts, he's proven that he's a legit turf sprinter.
So I agree with you, but I almost wonder if he was better going 6.5 furlongs and maybe even going a little bit farther, because he was defeated by very short margins in those races, going 5.5 furlongs and 5 furlongs back in Ellis and Indiana. And then he completely was a different racehorse last time out. And I think it was partially because of the reason that he stretched out to 6.5 furlongs. They shortened him up today. If he doesn't run well today, I won't be surprised if he gets longer distances in his future.
The 12 horse, 11-1 right now for Donnemeyer Farm, a homebred colt by Twirling Candy. He's 1 for 1 in his career. That win coming at Ellis Park near the end of August. Gets Lasix for the first time here today. Has to deal with this outside post, though.
This is going to be a very tough test for this horse. With that outside draw, given his running style as he is a closer, he met 6 others in his first race, and today he's not meeting just 6 others. This is a massive field, and it's a talented field. I do consider him as a long shot. I think 12-1 or 11-1 is a fair price on him, but he does have a lot to overcome.
Let's check back in with Coffee Maker. Let's just see how the favorite is doing right now. That's the number 6 at odds of 8-5 if we can. As we take a look at Will to Run, there she is. They've got her in the all-weather stalls and settled in for the time being, backed up against the back wall. So Coffee Maker will be the favorite. 13 minutes to post. Start of the late pick 5, start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the 4-star, and allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 4, Just Say When. Also scratch the 5, Trust Daddy. Also scratch the 14, Sosua Summer, the 15, Dr. Duke, and the 16, Data Storm. A reminder, number 13, Oxwood, draws into the race. 13, Oxwood draws into the race. Overweight, the 1 Stride, jockey 2 pounds over. Number 1 Stride, 2 pounds over. Double, pick 3, late pick 5, and the Keeneland Turf pick 3 begins here, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Post time in 5 minutes.
There's a look at Coffee Maker, the favorite right now for Gregory Kaufman, Wesley Ward, Johnny Velasquez off the 11-month layoff. Boy, her body language just changed in a positive way once she started warming up. Just started to flex. That's just the first thing that came to mind when watching her out there on the race course. So Coffee Maker doing everything right as she's out there in her comfort zone, away from the paddock. 7-5 right now. We'll see where she's at this point in time in her race career, coming back at the age of 3 for the first time since that run last year in the Breeders' Cup. Let's move along here as we take a look at Mr. LaPence's horse and Harlow Stable, Switzer, a colt by McLean's Music for Ramaquette. Getting away from Kentucky Downs, I think, will be a positive for this colt. He was 3rd back at the mid-August at Ellis Park. He's run well here in the past at Keeneland. He finished 3rd in his allowance race, actually turf debut, back in April here at Keeneland Race Course. So you've got to respect him in this situation. There he is with Ricardo Santana Jr. warming up, 16-1 right now on the tote board. 3 minutes away from the start of the late pick 5. We're looking at the 11-horse Rum and Tonic for Mike Maker. Luis Saez, a winner last time out at Kentucky Downs from off the pace, grayson of Unified. So we'll see if he can take a step forward off of that performance, facing winners for the first time. But according to the wagering, the race goes through Coffee Maker, the number 6, who's 7-5 for Wesley Ward. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the 4-star. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3.
Yeah, but don't push him over. Push him over, Gilbert.
They are at the post. And they're off. Rum and Tonic Quick into stride. Coffee Maker right there. Coffee Maker now goes to the front from Rum and Tonic. Apache Tears, UVC up close. Those four come forward, separated by just a half length. Will to Run behind them toward the center of the course is in the 5th position. Mumayaz just to the inside of that one is in 6th. Badge Ball between horses is in 7th. Sutherland is 8th. Stride is 9th. Switzer is in 10th. And Oxwood last of the 11. 21.7 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Coffee Maker against the rail, leading Apache Tears only by a half length. Rum and Tonic third up on the outside. Will to Run center of the course in 4th. Still nearly 4 from the front. UVC looks to the inside from 5th. Mumayaz is in 6th. Sutherland tries to squeeze through from 7th down toward the inside. Still 5 from the lead. Coffee Maker in front. Apache Tears is in the 2nd position. Mumayaz is third up on the outside. Sutherland is 4th back toward the inside. Coffee Maker opens up by 3.5 lengths. Coffee Maker by 4. Coffee Maker to the wire. Coffee Maker to win for John Velasquez. It will be a multiple horse photo to separate 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Coffee Maker in her 3-year-old debut puts it all together, picks up her first win since her debut back in April of last year, which was on dirt. First win for this Jimmy Creed filly on the turf for Gregory Kaufman, Wesley Ward, and Johnny Velasquez.
She is a quirky little filly. We see her antics in the paddock, sometimes even trackside, sometimes even loading into the starting gate, but she is an absolute runner with a lot of raw talent, and we saw that talent on full display as she gets the win here in race 5.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 6, Coffee Maker was first. Number 2, Sutherland was second. Number 9, Mumayaz was third. Number 7, Apache Tears was fourth. 6-2-9-7. Unofficial. Results are official for Keeneland's 5th race in the winner's circle for the 4-star race 5. The official winner, number 6, Coffee Maker, owned and bred in Kentucky by Greg Kaufman, Wesley Ward, the trainer, John Velasquez, the jockey. Coffee Maker, 3-year-old filly by Jimmy Creed out of Heaven's Touch by Montbrook. 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 2.38 seconds. Results are official, 6-2-9-7, the official results. In the winner's circle, the 4-star trophy presentation to the connections of number 6, Coffee Maker. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming. The main track is listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 Tabor Time and 14 Sun Valley Road. They did not draw into the race. Featured 7th race, the Franklin Stakes. Take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15 did not draw into the race. No changes in race 8. 9th and final race, again, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Fast track, firm turf.
Race number 6, first leg of the late pick 4 here at Keeneland on this Sunday card. These are 2-year-old fillies. They'll be going 7/8 of a mile. And here is the anticipated debut of Julia Shining, the number 4 horse. She's the daughter of Keeneland out of the AP&D First Dam Dreaming of Julia, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbreds and owned by Stone Street Stables, so Stone Street through and through. And this is a filly who's a full sister to the multiple Grade 1 winner champion Malathat. And Malathat, recent winner of the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. Malathat, when she was starting off her career, Todd Pletcher opted to do the exact same thing, debut her in October at 7 furlongs. That was up in New York, so they're following the same pattern that her full sister Malathat took to kick off her career before she turned into what she is today. So as you would expect, a lot of expectations surrounding Julia Shining. She opens up at odds of 2-1. Luis Saez will be riding for Todd Pletcher in this situation. Julia Shining, looking forward to seeing her compete today, the full sister to Malathat.
Scott, she does look beautiful in the paddock here, and obviously a full sister to Malathat. You wouldn't be surprised, as she just possesses a lot of class, and just physically she's just a beautiful looking filly. And not only is she that half to Malathat, but the mare she's out of, Dreaming of Julia, is very nice in her own right. She won the Grade 1 Frisette. She wound up being 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies as well. So not only is she a good producer, but she was a very good race mare herself.
Yeah, one of the best families that Stone Street has created, and they have done a lot of great things through the years of breeding in this sport. Let's go to the 5-horse Positano Sunsets, a Golden Sense filly who ran into a very good filly of Brendan Walsh's, as you've told me, Gabby, pretty mischievous. That, as you said, Brendan Walsh has said that's probably the best 2-year-old that he's got, 2-year-old filly that he's got. So you've got to respect that company. And she does have the one race experience under her belt, which oftentimes goes a long way in these young races.
Yes, exactly. And especially coming out of the Ian Wilkes barn, he always says that the barn never really focuses on winning first time out. He just listens to the horse and let them kind of determine whether or not they can win in their first start. But this filly, obviously she did not win in her first start, but she did show a lot of early speed. She set the pace and faded on the rail, arguably really not the best part of the track that day. And again, pretty mischievous. The winner, that first time starter for Godolphin, she looks like a filly with a really bright future. So I just think she comes out of a strong race, and Ian Wilkes horses tend to improve in their second start. And if that's the case, that could put her in the winner's circle.
Penny Arcade is the number 1 horse. She's 10-1 right now. Gray daughter of Keeneland out of the Tappet First Dam West Coast Belle. Her mother, West Coast Belle, won the Grade 2 Goldenrod during her stakes career. She has produced a winner so far, and we'll see how this second runner for this First Dam West Coast Belle fares. Talking about families, Gary and Mary West, they've got quite the breeding operation, and this filly part of it as she starts her career here today. And Florent Giroux, Brad Cox, they win a lot of races together, so you got to respect them at 10-1.
Yes, 10-1. This is, when you think about Brad Cox and Flo and the connections here, I would say that 10-1 is a little bit on the higher side for a first-time starting 2-year-old at any Keeneland meet. But maybe one to pay attention to. She is a very pretty filly in the paddock, and of course, we know how the fillies by Keeneland can run.
That's for darn sure. The number 7 horse is where we'll wrap up the paddock side commentary with Ghostly Girl for Kenny McPeak, a Keeneland graduate from last year at the September sale. She was bet on debut. She went off at just close to 5.5-1, and she was a runner-up on that 7 furlong distance at Churchill Downs. So we know the distance won't be an issue. That wasn't the quickest run race that she sat just off the pace. So we'll see how she fares today. I would imagine the pace has to be faster than what she encountered at Churchill at the end of September.
You would think. And the winner of the race, Willow Bend, was a second-time starter coming out of the Ben Colebrook barn. When you look at that race compared to the race that Positano Sunset is coming out of, I did think that it was maybe a notch below, and that's why I used her third and not necessarily on top. But she does have the race experience, and sometimes at this part of the year, Scott, experience is key, especially at this distance of 7 furlongs.
13 minutes to post. Race number 6 begins the late pick 4 and the unveiling of the full sister to Malathat, Julia Shining, the number 4, 8-5 favorite right now. Looking forward to seeing these fillies warm up on the front side. Urge you to join us on the front side to watch them do their thing. Race 6 coming up next here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, the Gunston Hall, a maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 Tabor Time, 14 Sun Valley Road. They did not draw into the race. Post time in just 5 minutes.
There's a look at the full sister to Malathat doing her thing out on the track, into the bridle, ears pricked, as the expectations certainly have been high since day one with this filly.
She physically does look very similar to Malathat. When you look at Malathat, she has kind of a longer, very elegant neck, and I would say that that's one attribute that she does share with Malathat. She's just a little smaller than Malathat. I would say overall, in general, Malathat is just a big, big filly, but she looks great on track today.
You spoke to the trainer of the number 5 horse, Ian Wilkes. Positano Sunset who is currently sitting at 5-1. What did Ian have to say about this filly's debut?
He said that he was surprised by the fact that she showed so much speed coming out of the gate. And he said, for me, it was really surprising because that's not necessarily how he trains his horses. So she just has a lot of natural speed, and he expects her to be forwardly placed. I asked him if he thinks she'll improve with distance. He said, talk to me after the race because we're really not sure. But she, no doubt, comes out of a very, very strong race behind Pretty Mischievous.
Acrimony's the 6th. She's a beautiful filly by Gunrunner. AP Indy First Dam, stakes winning First Dam for Godolphin. Look at her out on the track. She was the favorite on debut. Don't be surprised if she outruns her odds, which are 9-1 right now.
Yeah, she did show speed out of the gate first time out. Now, with the bunkers on, I wonder if the 5 and the 6 might hook up on the front end. But she had a presence about her, Scott. When she was leaving the paddock, she definitely stood out to me.
And then 2 Minute Lick, the 8-horse first-time starter for Ashbrook Farm, Wimbledon Farm, and others. $200,000 Keeneland graduate from the September sale. Nice-looking filly by Connect for Rusty Arnold. Comes in with some quick works, and the family has been very productive. So looking forward to this race. Young fillies getting their career started and also kicking off the late pick 4 here at Keeneland Racecourse. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Gunston Hall start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Positano Sunset comes out for the early lead. The Roan Runner has speed. Roman Goddess is there with this ring, is fourth up on the outside. Moral Turpitude is away, running in the fifth position. Roman Goddess has the lead. The Roan Runner goes second with this ring, third. Now taking second on the outside. Acrimony moves up in the fourth position. Ghostly Girl is in fifth. Moral Turpitude is in sixth as they head for the far turn. 2 Minute Lick is seventh out in the center of the racetrack. Mo Divine is eighth in between horses. Positano Sunset is now ninth, trying to move up down toward the rail as they enter the turn. And then further back, Vogelsong, who travels along in 10th. Julia Shining is in the 11th spot, and Penny Arcade last of the 12, 23.1 seconds the time for the opening quarter. The Roan Runner against the rail, leading Roman Goddess by just a neck with this ring, is third, a length and a half off the leader. Acrimony fourth. Ghostly Girl is fifth toward the outside, five from the front. Positano Sunset, then Julia Shining. Now Julia Shining and Positano Sunset swing to the center of the track. Julia Shining winding up down the far outside with a sweeping move off the far turn to come forward to challenge for the lead. Positano Sunset is trying to move up behind her. Julia Shining has the lead into the final furlong. Leads it by a length. Leads it by 2. Positano Sunset goes to second. 16th to go. Julia Shining, that move off the far turn, spectacular. Julia Shining wins it by 3 lengths on the line. Positano Sunset was across the wire in second.
The full sister to Malathat lives up to the height. Julia Shining, you are not supposed to win races like that, going 7 furlongs in 2-year-old races. What a move. She had so much work to do down the backstretch, but she swept by them all around the turn.
And she also went about 6, 7 wide coming around the final turn, Scott, and then dipped down to the rail to pull away with this victory today. Her big sister started the meet off in very impressive fashion, winning the Grade 1 Spinster last weekend, and she continues the momentum with her maiden breaking score and looking like a superstar, crossing the finish line at 2-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 4, Julia Shining, was first. Number 5, Positano Sunset, was second. The 11, Roman Goddess, third. Number 9, the Roan Runner, fourth. 4, 5, 11, 9, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the Gunston Hall, number 4, Julia Shining, owned by the Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Todd Pletcher, Luis Saez, the jockey. Julia Shining, a 2-year-old filly by Curlin out of Dreaming of Julia by AP Indy, bred in Kentucky by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings LLC. Beard course about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 29.43 seconds. The results are official 4-5-11-9, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Gunston Hall Trophy presentation to the connections of number 4, Julia Shining. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, the featured Grade 3 Franklin Stakes. Turf is firm, rail at 20 feet, double and pick 3 wagering last of the days. Rolling pick 3s gets underway here. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. 8th race has no changes. 9th and final race, again, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Did not draw into the race.
Race number 7 is our Sunday feature, Grade 3 event. It's the Grade 3 Franklin Stakes, $300,000 for these turf sprinters. 5.5 furlongs on the firm going for fillies and mares 3 and up. Twilight Gleaming, the number 6 horse, is the current favorite. My top selection, 2-1, not a bad price. Caravel's getting some attention as well. So a good price on this filly, who we haven't seen since her win in the Daisy Cutter, shipping out west to Del Mar. Winner that day. She was also winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf Sprint. Juvenile turf sprint, rather, I should say, last year at the end of her season. But she's come back with a couple of stakes wins, one at Churchill, one at Del Mar. Johnny Velasquez gets the opportunity to ride her, Gabby, for the first time since the Group 2 Queen Mary Stakes at Royal Ascot, where she was second back in June of last year.
And looking at her past performances, Scott, she is very fast. She's very good, but her most recent loss came at 5.5 furlongs. Now, I do understand it was a good listed turf course, and it was softer than what she does get here today, and it was against the boys. She lost to a horse by the name of Slipstream. So, you know, I think all those things are fine, and maybe she will be just fine at 5.5 furlongs. However, sorry, the 3 is trying to get loose here in the paddock, and I'm standing very, very close to her. Yes, she looks very tough to beat here, Scott, for obvious reasons. And even when you look at her physically, she just looks extremely prepared and fit for today.
Caravel, the number 2 horse, second choice right now in the wagering. Obviously a legit contender for Brad Cox. This is a mare by Mizzen Mass that's won 10 of 18. Quite a career record. She's approaching $700,000 in earnings. This will be her first race here at Keeneland Race Course.
She looks like a prize fighter in here. Just a lot of confidence that I'm seeing from her. And I do think that you can, chalk up some of her losses to really decent excuses. Last time out, it was probably a little bit too far, going 6.5 furlongs over the synthetic. It was still a good performance, I thought, just a little bit too far. And then in the Caress, 3 starts back. She didn't get anything going her way. She had a lot of trouble, didn't really get out of the gate, didn't find herself forwardly placed in there. And I think that's key for her. She doesn't need the lead, but she needs to be forwardly placed.
Horse that needs the lead is LZ, the 12, and I think that she'll make it here in this situation. Outside draw, Chris Hartman said she's doing good. I had a chance to talk to him about her. Wanted firm going. That's exactly what she gets here today. So if you're looking for a big price to include on your ticket, she's the biggest of all of them, 47-1 on LZ. She has won here in the past as well at Keeneland.
She's very fast, and if anything, Scott, even if she doesn't win today or run well, she's going to apply pressure to the favorite and look to soften her up on the front end.
Change of control, the 10 for Michelle Level. She is arguably the most accomplished as far as the bankroll is concerned. She's made nearly $1 million in here, or in her career. 10-time winner from 39 starts. This will be start 9 of her season. But are these conditions going to give us the best version of change of control? That's the question, because we've seen her put together big efforts when there's more give in the ground, more rain falling on the turf course, which has not happened over the last few days. But
she does still like Keeneland in general. I think some of her better races have come at this racetrack, and Michelle Lovell saying earlier that she didn't try at all last time out. For whatever reason it was, maybe it was the distance, the surface, shipping out to Presque Isle, but that's unlike her because she does try each and every single time. So look for her to bounce back in a big way. And if there is a duel, she'll be closing.
Featured events, 12 minutes to post. Race 7, the Grade 3 Franklin Stakes. Twilight Gleaming 2-1 right now over Caravel, who is 3-1. Best of luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 7th race, 26th running of the Franklin Stakes Grade 3. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Post time at 6 minutes. Let's meet the starters for the Franklin. Number 1, Star Divine, owned by Lawrence Goichman, trained by George Breu. Adam Beschitza, the jockey. 2, Caravel, owned by Qatar Racing Limited of David Redverse, owned also by Mark DeTample, and Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, trained by Brad Cox. Jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 3, K. Robin Dorada, owned by Brownwood Farm LLC of Stanley Bergman, trained by Paulo Lobo, Joe Talamo, the jockey. 4, Creative Credit, owned by Richard Finucane, trained by T.R. Hain. Perry Oots is the jockey. 5, Have a Good Day, owned by Ramiro Estrepo and OMGA Investments LLC of trainer Gustavo Delgado, the jockey Raylu Gutierrez. 6, Twilight Gleaming, owned by the Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Wesley Ward, John Velasquez to ride. 7, Toby's Heart, owned by Terry Hamilton, Brian Lynch, and Gary Barber, trained by Brian Lynch. Vince Cheminade, the jockey. 8, About Time, owned by Belladonna Racing LLC of Portia Brooks, trained by Cherie DeVoe, Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey. 9, Thundering Creed, owned by Blackout Racing of Kyle McGinty, trained by Michael Tomlinson, Joe Rocco Jr. to ride. 10, Change of Control, owned by Perry Harrison, trained by Michelle Lovell, the jockey Colby Hernandez. 11, Brooke Marie, owned by Castleton Lions of Shane Ryan, trained by Eddie Keneally, the jockey Luis Saez. And 12, LZ, owned by M-Bar-O LLC of J.D. Osgood, trained by Chris Hartman, jockey Mitchell Merle. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Taking a look at these fillies warming up for the Franklin Stakes, Grade 3, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Corobin Dorada, the 3, we were down in the paddock watching her act up. But, Gabby, once they got the saddle on her, she settled in. She really has not turned a hair since that. She just was having to be saddled on the walk. So that little instance of her acting up a bit is a thing of the past.
I think it caught the connections off guard a little bit. Her handler unfortunately fell in the paddock, but obviously got up and he was fine. But yeah, she is very rambunctious today, but she clearly has settled once coming out to the track.
The number 4 horse, Creative Credit, Perry Oots in the saddle. She is a big, robust mare. I mean, she is just... She's big. There's no other way of putting it. And 8-time winner. She's got speed. This is obviously a big step up in class for her at odds of 22-1.
I just think she might be up against it with the presence of Twilight Gleaming and LZ to her outside. There seems to be a lot of pace in here.
The 8 horse, that is About Time for Cherie DeVoe, not this time filly, who's won 3 of 6, and those wins have come sprinting on the grass course. She was recently 6th in the Grade 3 Caress at Saratoga. What did Cherie have to say about this filly?
Well, she said the day of the Caress, she was obviously disappointed by her performance, but she said that she was very quiet in the paddock and maybe, something was going on with her. And she just wasn't acting like her normal self that particular day. But it's not necessarily the case today. She's definitely on her toes, and in the paddock she looked great. And Cherie did say that they just took time to regroup. A couple of these fillies have raced since the Caress, and one of them being Caravel. She's had 2 races since the Caress, where this filly's been freshened, and maybe that'll make a difference at the end of the day.
Toby's Heart, the 7 horse. She is Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day, and at 16-1, this filly She has danced the dances, that's for sure. She has traveled the country, even went out west for a run in the Grade 2 Monrovia, where she was third coming down the Hillside Turf Course. So if you're looking for a long shot, 16-1 on Toby's Heart. We've seen her win here in the past as well.
I'm surprised she's still 16-1 because I think I just talked to 5 people who also like her at 16-1. So maybe we'll see her odds go down as we get closer to post time. But yeah, I do think that it's going to be a fast pace and she's going to be closing late. She could get the right setup.
1 minute to post. This is the Sunday feature, the Grade 3 Franklin Stakes.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 7th race. Scratch number 10, Change of Control. Late scratch in Keeneland's 7th race. Scratch number 10, Change of Control. Scratched by the stewards on the advice of the state veterinarian. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race 26th running of the Franklin Stakes, Grade 3.
hate to see that little Toyota driving home. It's my favorite part of the day. She gives me the eye, I can tell. He's got a BMW, he's always got a car. Exactly. There's one where she takes that car. Exactly. Pass her limit,
They are at the post. And they're off in the Franklin Stakes. There goes Twilight Gleaming. Right out for the early lead. Creative Credit comes away in second position. Caravel comes out running in third. K. Robin Dorada is away in the fourth spot. LZ fifth up on the far outside. Then Bout Time, who is there in sixth between horses. Star Divine Against the Rail is in seventh. Have a Good Day is eighth. Toby's Heart tries to move up between horses from the ninth spot. Brooke Marie is in 10th. And then Thundering Creed, last of the 11, 21.4 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Twilight Gleaming from the outside and Creative Credit there to the inside. These two battle it out for the lead. And now Caravel starts to change lanes, starts to swing toward the center of the course from third. Star Divine is fourth. Toby's Heart is in fifth. K. Robin Dorada is sixth. Here comes Caravel from the outside to challenge Twilight Gleaming for the lead, moving by the eighth pole. And then Creative Credit back toward the inside. Twilight Gleaming has a head in front. Here comes Caravel to put a head in front. And a late run from Star Divine to third. Caravel has the lead. Caravel for Tyler Gaffalione. Third win on the card. Caravel to win the Franklin Stakes. Going to be close for second. It's either going to be Thundering Creed with a late rush or Star Divine for that runner-up spot. 1 minute, 2.59 seconds.
Well, Caravel back to her winning ways. That is the 11th victory in 19 starts for this daughter of Mizzen Mass. Brad Cox, Tyler Gaffalione, they tracked off the pace, let the work develop out in front of them, and kicked on down the lane.
Yeah, this filly, or mare I should say, has been so good to the connections. Bred in Pennsylvania by Liz Merriman, and she brings her form all the way here to Lexington, Kentucky to get another graded stakes victory on form. This was a picture-perfect ride by Tyler Gaffalione. He sensed the pace. He sat patiently underneath of her, ears pricked at the wire. This was so easy in the end. An easy win by Caravel, getting the victory here at 2-1.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured seventh race. Number 2, Caravel was first. Number 9, Thundering Creed second. Number 1, Star Divine third. Number 6, Twilight Gleaming fourth. 2916 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's featured 7th race official, 2-9-1-6, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's featured 7th race, 26th running of the Franklin Stakes Grade 3, number 2 Caravel, owned by Qatar Racing Limited of David Redverse, owned also by Mark DeTample and Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman. Brad Cox is the trainer. 3 wins today for jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Caravel, a 5-year-old mare by Mizzenmast out of ZZ Zoom Zoom by Congrats, bred in Pennsylvania by Elizabeth Merriman. 5.5 furlongs over the turf-listed firm, 1 minute 2.59 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Franklin Stakes, making the presentation, Marcia Pulcini. Marcia will retire at the end of this year after 25 years of service to Turf Catering and now Keeneland Hospitality. Thank you, Marcia. You will be missed. Marcia presents to the connections of number 2, Caravel.
Caravel takes the Grade 3 Franklin Stakes here on this Sunday. Trainer Brad Cox, Tyler Gaffalione joined me. How were you able to work your way from post 2 to get out into the clear and out to the outside and pull off this victory?
First off, I want to say thanks to Mr. Cox and his team and Mr. Fahad for giving me this opportunity. Philly ran a great race, but she broke alertly today. Johnny's horse, I knew she was the one to beat, so I worked my way out to get behind her and coming in the stretch, attacked her as soon as we could, and my filly was game, and she finished the job well.
Well done.
Thank you.
Brad, this filly has been very consistent over the course of her career. Big race, then she'll lose. This back and forth sort of pattern. Did you have a feeling she was sitting on a big one today?
I did. I thought she ran really well at Prescal. She was just probably speed wasn't good that night, and she rebounded. She's had 2 solid works since here at Keeneland on the dirt and done very well. So I thought she was set up for a big effort. Tyler did a great job, put her in a perfect position, and she really kicked home when asked.
On to the Breeders' Cup sprint, turf sprint.
That'll ultimately be up to the owners. We'll talk to them about it. But, I do know she's in the sale. But, I know there's been some talk of possibly running her next year as well. So who knows? At the end of the day, just proud of what she was able to accomplish. Congratulations to the ownership group. And, she's a tough filly. She always brings it.
Well done, Brad.
Thanks, Scott.
And as Brad mentioned, she is cataloged in the upcoming Keeneland November sale as hip number 224.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Allowance optional claiming race on the Beard course. Main track is listed fast. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in race 8.
Race number 8 starts the late daily double here today, and Run Classic is the favorite right now at 2-1 from a 6-1 line. This is a colt by Run Happy, who is 2 for 4 in his career. Came back off the bench last time out to put together a strong run and win a first level allowance condition in 109-2 for Brett Calhoun. They keep him sprinting and go 7 furlongs, which might even be a better distance for him here this afternoon.
Yes, and also a much better post position. He drew way outside off of the layoff last time out, and he's a horse that, you know, they obviously quickly wanted to stretch him out in distance last year, and it seems like he's taking maybe a little more modest of a progression this year for stretching out from 6 to 7 today.
Gagetown the 6 is where we'll head to next. 14-1, a good-looking son of Exaggerator. Got quite the presence to him watching him walk around the paddock. He was a winner 2 back at Colonial, only beaten a length and a quarter at Churchill Downs in his most recent start, so they'll keep him rolling here in the Kentucky circuit here at Keeneland, making his debut over this dirt surface.
Well, I think the reason why I picked him, Scott, is because I think this distance might be perfect for him. A mile seems to be a little bit too far, even a mile and a 16th, the distances that he ran before in the past. And 6 furlongs seems to be a little tough for him. I know he won at the distance 2 starts back, but he did get a lot of things to go his way in order to set him up for that victory. So I'm curious to see him at this distance, and he should be able to get a little bit of pace in here with the presence of Hidden Scroll.
Uber Kirk 5-1. He's the number 7 horse for Kenny McPeak, winner of a 1-turn mile event at Churchill Downs. He's been at this distance in the past, and he's actually 0 for 6. So they're cutting back in trip, and see how he does in his 31st career start and his 8th run at the age of 7 this season.
Well, that's why I think he might be an overlay right now at 5-1, but he has been competing against solid competition. 2 starts back at Ellis, he ran behind a horse by the name of Silk Trade, who came back to win a 2 other than allowance race in his next event. So maybe this isn't the best distance for Uber Kirk, but he does show up each and every time, and he's also coming out of very live races.
Hidden Scroll, the 1. He is a Keeneland November graduate from the 2020 sale, the racehorse portion of that November sale here at Keeneland. Wesley Ward, this will be the 3rd time that he runs this now 6-year-old gelding. He was a winner at Belterra 2 starts ago as the heavy favorite, and then 5-1 last time out at Churchill Downs, where he ended up finishing 5th. He's a horse that was, you might remember back to his debut, so brilliant at Gulfstream Park on the off track, and then immediately thrown into the Grade 1 Florida Derby. And he's just been one of these horses that he's very polarizing, to say the least. A lot of people, you're on one side of the fence or the other. That's how it tends to be when you're in the discussion with Hidden Scroll. There's very little in between.
Yes, and sometimes that's what we see from his performances, Scott. Sometimes he's absolutely brilliant, and then sometimes he can really throw in a clunker. I mean, I can remember when he was 2-1 in the Grade 3 Commonwealth here in April of last year at Keeneland, and he just did not show up whatsoever. He came back, and once again, he just put in some really disappointing performances. I will say his race 2 starts back served it as a nice confidence booster, and his race most recently, that 3 other than allowance, was very, very tough. I think the best case scenario for this horse is to send from the gate and try to give him some confidence on the front end.
11 minutes to post, race number 8 here at Keeneland. Again, the start of the final daily double of the day. Late double comes up next on this 9-race card.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Hidden Brook. Allow its optional claiming race for a price of $80,000 for these 3-year-olds and up. Beard course distance of about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in race 8. Post time at 6 minutes.
We start the front side observations with Hidden Scroll. He sure is a good-looking horse, and as we've talked about, he's one of these horses that either didn't live up to expectations, didn't realize his full potential, whatever however you want to phrase it. But you can't knock the way that Wesley Ward has this 6-year-old looking. He looks phenomenal down on the inside, and he's getting some attention. He was down to 3-1, 4-1 is what he stands at right now. He's being played in the exactas, so Hidden Scroll inside. He needs to show some speed. We know that. We'll see how he fares in this 8th race, second level allowance condition. Run Classic looks gorgeous out there on the track for Brett Calhoun. He's the favorite at odds of 2-1 and a pretty clear favorite as it stands right now. But love the way that he looks out here for Tom Durant and Brett Calhoun and Brian Hernandez in the saddle as this horse looks to go back-to-back here in Kentucky. Uber Kirk's another one that looks great. Uber Kirk, Chestnut, 7-year-old gelding, just a pro. He just came out even-keeled, going through his warm-up routine. This will be his 31st career start, so he knows exactly what he's set out to do here today. You got to respect him at 4-1 as he is the co-second choice in the wagering. And then AC Expressway, another one that looked nice out there as you see him warming up with Joe Talamo. He is currently sitting at 7-1. He's run some big races in the past. We'll see if he's able to spring a mild upset in a very competitive group. Race 8, 4 minutes to post. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Hidden Brook. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Spankster and Hidden Scroll from the inside. No shirt, no shoes. And then Gagetown in between horses, along with Run Classic, who now starts to move up into the 3rd position. But Hidden Scroll, the leader. Hidden Scroll up the backstretch down toward the inside, has the early lead by almost a full length. Spankster backs away into 2nd by 3/4 of a length. Run Classic 3rd. Gagetown far outside is 4th. Rising Empire 5th down toward the inside, just over 3 lengths from the front. And then AC Expressway 6th out in the center of the racetrack. Briefcase Bully is down toward the inside. Uber Kirk moves by that one. Then No Shirt, No Shoes between horses at the back moves up 2 spots from last. Opening quarter went in 22.94 seconds. Hidden Scroll, the leader. Hidden Scroll leading Spankster, and then Run Classic, and then Gagetown on the far outside in 4th, 2 lengths off the lead around the turn. As Uber Kirk tries to move up from in between horses now. Takes 5th, still 4 from the front. Rising Empire next to the inside. Then No Shirt, No Shoes. Briefcase Bully. AC Expressway is last. Spankster and Hidden Scroll go at it. Run Classic joins them. Gagetown is in 4th as they rumble off the far turn. Spankster and Run Classic now go side by side, and then Gagetown 3rd out in the center of the track, 5 lengths away. Run Classic has the lead. Run Classic has wrestled the lead at the 8th pole away from Spankster, is opening up here with every stride, out in front by 4. Further back, No Shirt, No Shoes dives to the inside 3rd, well behind Run Classic. Brian Hernandez Jr., 2nd win on the card. Run Classic all alone at the finish. Spankster and No Shirt, No Shoes in a tussle for that runner-up spot. It was Spankster 2nd by a neck over No Shirt, No Shoes. Then further back, Briefcase Bully was 4th.
Boy, this guy has really figured it out in a very quick amount of time. 2 for his last 2 and doing it just off the pace. And watch him extend this lead and pour it on at odds of 2-1. Run Classic, well done to Brett Calhoun. And very dominant performance here at Keeneland.
Look at how his stride and how fast his stride is compared to the rest of the field. He just dominated this field. Brett Calhoun saying before the race that this horse had so much natural talent, had some starts and stops along the way, but sometimes the good ones do. He was very impressive, getting the win today at 2-1 for race 8.
Photo for place, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 3, Run Classic, was first. Number 2, Spankster, was second. Number 9, No Shirt, No Shoes, was third. Number 5, Briefcase Bully, was fourth. 3295 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official, 3295. The official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, the Hidden Brook Number 3 Run Classic, owned by Tom Durant, trained by Brett Calhoun. 2 wins today for jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Run Classic, a 4-year-old son of Run Happy out of Pledge Pen by Châtain, bred in Kentucky by Millennium Farms. Beard course, about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 26.4 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Hidden Brook Trophy presentation to the connections of Number 3 Run Classic. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Turf is firm, rail at 20 feet. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Closing out this week's card, weeks of racing with the Sunday card here with race number 9, 15 minutes to post. And we're taking a look right now at the number 5 horse, Stay Lost, for Norm Cassie, Justin Cassie, Mount Brilliant stable, a filly by Bernardini, who was, I thought, very impressive in that most recent race. And she's run against some tough customers, including in debut, run against Delight, who was third in that Saratoga run on the 7th of August. And Delight, one of the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes just last week. So I've got Stay Lost on top, 9-2, not a bad price in what the tote board's telling you is a very wide open race.
Filly looks really fit in the paddock, and I do think that race at Kentucky Downs did a lot for her in terms of fitness. And if you look at her last race, Scott, I know sometimes I say this, that certain horses don't like Kentucky Downs. I don't think that was the case for her. I actually thought she liked it just fine, and when she was coming down the stretch, it almost looked like she was going to blow past the inside too, but then she just kind of flattened out a little bit, which I think, again, is fine. I think another step forward here at 1 1/16 on this turf course, and she will be able to find the winner's circle. I used her second, but that was a good race that she comes out of.
You've got the 3 on top, first-time starter, best performer, Keeneland graduate, daughter of Oscar Performance. We've talked about it multiple times this meet, how well these 2-year-olds by Oscar Performance have run on the grass, and top 2 finishers of the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes were sons of Oscar Performance, so we'll see how this filly does on debut for Joe Sharp.
I think it's also interesting that Joe goes to Tyler Gaffleone here. To me, maybe I'm overthinking this, but I thought that this filly might be live. And not only that, I like the progeny of Oscar Performance and how they've been performing on the turf course. Now, the bottom side, Kinsley, the mare, she was actually a dirt winner. She was an allowance type on the dirt, but you get that pulpit influence, and I think turf should be just fine for this horse.
Normally we're talking Mike Maker with Tyler Gaffleone in these turf races at Keeneland, but in this instance with his filly, Words of Praise, he's got Gerardo Corrales signed on to ride. English Channel filly, purchased a couple of years back, I should say, at the Keeneland November sale for just $15,000. She's already made that back in that one run at Kentucky Downs, but when Gerardo Corrales rides for Mike Maker, they're winning over half of their races together as of late. 54% strike rate for Corrales and Maker over the last couple of months. So you got to respect this team, and she's got a solid race under her belt over at Kentucky Downs.
She attracted the likes of Irad Ortiz Jr. first time out, so I think the connections like this filly a little bit. She set the pace in that mile race at Kentucky Downs. She faded to finish 3rd, but she was defeated by Sabalenka, and that winner came back to finish 4th in the Jessamine here on opening weekend.
Audaciousness the 10. Another Keeneland graduate, filly by Munnings, Alstall Jr., having a nice meet, and she put together a nice run on the turf over at Kentucky Downs and currently sits at 9-2 for CJ Thoroughbreds.
She closed from off the pace that day, and I think we're going to see a similar performance from her today to close. It's kind of sometimes unpredictable to really have confidence in how the pace will play out in these 2-year-old races, Scott, because they change so much from start to start.
12 minutes, now 11 minutes before the nightcap on this Sunday at Keeneland.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's ninth and final race, the Brownstead Maiden Special Weight 2-year-old fillies at a mile and a 16th over the firm turf rail at 20 feet today. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Post time at 5 minutes.
Beautifully turned out number 3 horse in here in the nightcap. That is Best Performer. Joe Sharp and his team have this Oscar Performance filly looking phenomenal, and she looks equally as good in her warm-up.
She is fit as a fiddle. There is not an ounce of fat on this filly, but I also like how she's behaving today. Ears forward, just focusing, just acting very professionally as well. So you kind of get the best of both sides of this, Scott, in that she's not only acting really well, but she also looks very, very fit for the debut.
Let's go over to the number 5 horse. She's 9-2. Co-favorite with the number 4 horse, warming up now as she gets set for her third start. Experience should go a long way, and this is my best angle. I've got her keyed on top of several other horses in the Exactus, so hopefully Stay Lost can take a step forward or even run back to that last race at Kentucky Downs. I think that will do and be good enough to win today.
Yeah, a filly that has a lot of size to her, but also looks very, very fit coming into today. I hope she runs well, Scott. She looks great today.
Moneda, let's go to the 11 horse, 31-1. What caught your eye about this Uncle Mo filly?
She is a smaller type of filly, especially when you compare her to the field that she faces today. But I just thought that she was pretty well put together despite her size. And she looks like a racy little thing. I think Tom Leach liked this filly a little bit in the top 3. She's 31-1. Why not go with a long shot in here, at least for those trifectas or superfectas?
2 minutes before the nightcap here at Keeneland Racecourse. A little drizzle here in the area, but we have avoided the rain throughout this 9-race card. Good luck. Keeneland's 9th is up next.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Brownstead. They are at the post. Number 4, Juniper Marshmallow, backs out of the gate. Rider back aboard. Back into line, ready for a start. And they're off. There goes Psychedelic from the inside. Psychedelic right to the front, but plenty of company on the front end early. Audaciousness is there. Words of Praise is there. Words of Praise between horses now has the lead. Psychedelic goes second. Audaciousness will be third for the move to the first turn, and that scramble continues up top. Psychedelic up the inside. Words of Praise is there on the outside. They go at it for the lead. Audaciousness goes third. Best Performer tucked away in fourth. Mrs. Astor 3 wide in fifth. Stay Lost between horses is sixth. Dot Marie 4 wide off the turn. Onto the backstretch in seventh. Juniper Marshmallow eighth, but close up down toward the inside. Just 5 lengths off the lead. Moneda stays toward the center of the course in 9th. Botanical is in 10th, and then Miss Peabody, who travels in 11th position. Pigeon Key, last of the 12, 23.09 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Audaciousness gets alongside of Words of Praise and Psychedelic there to the inside top 3, separated by just a neck. Best Performer, Stay Lost between horses. Mrs. Astor far outside is in 6th, running nearly 5 from the front. Juniper Marshmallow is next down toward the inside. It was 48.62 seconds for the opening half mile. Psychedelic, Words of Praise, they go 1-2 separate by the head around the far turn, and then a challenge now coming soon again from Audaciousness. Gears back up on the outside in 3rd. Here's Mrs. Astor swinging to the center of the course. Now Best Performer looks to the inside. Stay Lost is looking toward the outside. Mrs. Astor, Stay Lost, Audaciousness all coming after. Words of Praise. Juniper Marshmallow tries to find room, has to shift lanes to the center of the course to try to find it. Mrs. Astor, Stay Lost, and Juniper Marshmallow joins them. Botanical goes to 4th. Stay Lost. Juniper Marshmallow 1-2. Juniper Marshmallow to the lead. Juniper Marshmallow in front. Botanical runs on behind that one. Juniper Marshmallow to win it for Luis Saez. Botanical was home 2nd. Miss Peabody was 3rd.
$4.29 in the nightcap as it's Juniper Marshmallow. Very impressive on debut here in the yellow saddlecloth and the St. Elias green silks, kicking it into high gear with Luis Saez. You could tell coming around the turn that Saez had a lot of filly underneath him, and she puts it all together late. Long lead there for a bit, but then swaps to the correct lead. Two's closing stoutly, but comes up about 3/4 of a length short. Juniper Marshmallow, very impressive. Daughter of Quality Road, a homebred for St. Elias Stable.
Photo for 5th. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th and final race. Number 4, Juniper Marshmallow 1st. Number 2, Botanical 2nd. Number 9, Miss Peabody 3rd. Number 5, Stay Lost was 4th. And number 8, Mrs. Astor finished 5th. 4-2-9-5-8 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 9th race official. In the winner's circle, number 4, Juniper Marshmallow, owned by the St. Elias stable of Vincent Viola. 2 wins today for the trainer-jockey combination, Todd Pletcher, Luis Saez. Juniper Marshmallow, 2-year-old filly by Quality Road, who covers the mile and a 16th over the turf listed firm, 1 minute 45.1 seconds. Out of Elitist by Dane Hill Dancer, bred in Kentucky by St. Elias Stables, LLC. Results are official. 4-2-9-5-8, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Brownstead Trophy presentation to the connections of number 4, Juniper Marshmallow. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover for the Super High 5. The Toyota Super High 5 has a carryover of $8,455 when racing resumes here on Wednesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.